Good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, so I hope you're all ready. So I'm going to start moving because we don't have a lot of time. We've got 4 speakers, and we have asked them to stick to a 20-minute slot each. So, but yeah, so welcome on this beautiful Friday morning. Before I start, my name is Jan Alberts. I work with the MGCA. I'm a technical advisor on sustainable agriculture to the MGCA, and yeah, we'd like to say that you're very, very welcome to our second webinar. So, but before I continue with our program, I'm going to hand over to Celeste to just maybe open the proceedings and to also introduce the MGCA to everyone. Over to you, Celeste.
Thank you so much, Jan. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. The Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency was developed or was conceptualized in around 2017-2018 by the Mpumalanga provincial government as a special purpose vehicle to drive green economy development in the province. Our main focus areas are energy, water stewardship, sustainable and smart agriculture, the circular economy, enterprise development and skills development, and reskilling cuts across all those areas. We are delighted to have you with us today as we continue exploring exciting opportunities that industrial hemp present for our province. This session is building on the momentum of our first webinar. It's building on the momentum from our first webinar. We'll be focusing on advancing knowledge, strengthening partnerships, and unlocking economic, environmental, and social benefits of industrial hemp within the Just Transition framework. I think it's an important part of the vision that MGCA has for the province. It's offering opportunities for new value chains in agriculture, manufacturing, and green industries, textiles, construction materials to biocomposites, and even wellness products. We believe it has the potential to create jobs and help to diversify our economy and provide sustainable alternatives to resource-intensive materials, and all the while contributing to climate resilience. So we would like to just thank all our partners, stakeholders, and all the participants for joining us this morning, and we look forward to engaging discussions and practical insights that will help us grow the sector together. Thank you, Jan.
Thanks, Celeste. Celeste was just standing in for our CEO, Mr. Nkonyane. Unfortunately, he had to take care of a medical procedure, so he will be back with us pretty soon. Thank you very much, Celeste. Yes, so we've been working at this hemp in a sense for the MGCA is a flagship initiative. We really are trying through our networks and through our capabilities to catalyze this industry in Mpumalanga, first and foremost, obviously, but also in the rest of the country. So yeah, so we want to catalyze, and then we want to try and support the players in this industry, the stakeholders, and one of our ways of supporting is to stimulate discussions. But you will see the theme of our program today, Seeds in the Soil. We don't want to just keep on talking. We'd like to get to farming. So we hope that, and it's our serious intention that these series of webinars will end in a seminar where we want to physically visit a production site at least. We want to see this crop actually being realized, and we want to see those jobs being created, and we want to see those impacts in our climate. So we've also just left a session with Coltech. We have approached Coltech. We will see if we have been successful, but we've partnered with the University of Pretoria, and we've also partnered with Green Route Hemp Green Route Hemp Industries. They're also in the call today, and they're going to make a nice presentation to us towards the end. And we're also working with Feed SA, and with these partners, we're trying to collaborate to, as I said, to get seeds in the soil and not just at the small scale, but at a large scale. And we've also approached the Coltech to assist us with looking at piloting this crop in under mine influenced conditions to develop an understanding of this crop and its potential to also have an impact in terms of this just energy transition, and specifically looking at resources impacted by mining. So our approach is multi-pronged. So on the one hand, looking what it can do in the mining sector and mine closure, but on the other hand, definitely also pushing hard to see how can we assist this industry, and where can we learn maybe from other industries to get this this nascent industry up and running and start to make the impacts that we know it can. So I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to hand over to our first speaker. We're a little bit early, but that's always nice. So Phivo, if you're ready, then Phivo also is one of our partners. And he's probably one of the people I've met that has the deepest knowledge on the subject, and is really passionate. So I'll hand over to you now, Phivo.
Thank you, Jan, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn my camera on. Hope you can all see me. Yes, good morning, and thank you so much for the introductions. I don't know if I know a lot about it, but I'm definitely passionate. So yeah, I greatly appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to thank MGCA for organizing and convening this event. I think it's great to connect even virtually with vested interests from investors, from different stakeholders, and really start approaching it from this intersectional, multidisciplinary perspective. So with that, I think my mandate that I wanted to fulfill today was around looking at global insights and being able to understand how that can serve our trajectory or our areas of focus in South Africa. So I just want to confirm, can everyone see my shared screen?
It's not up, I don't see it.
Okay. Let me see if I can activate it. Thank you.
I also can't see you, Phivo. I don't know. It's white screen.
Oh, can't see me. I can see myself in the screen, and it says I am sharing. I'm not sure. It does say I'm sharing, and it does say that.
Can anybody else see him, or is it only me? Celeste, can you see? No, it's not up.
No, nothing's up.
Okay, let me try again.
Let's go out, maybe come up again. Technology is beautiful when it works.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be sharing my screen, so sorry about that, but I'm going to keep trying.
The organizer must enable the sharing.
He has got presenters, right?
Yeah, he's a speaker, so that's automatic. Yeah.
Maybe I can jump back out and jump back in quickly.
Just do that, and you can also mail it to me just in case, then I can also present.
Cool, thanks. Okay, we'll do that. I'll be back soon. Thank you.
Okay, fortunately we have a few minutes. Thanks. I can see you now. So
Okay,
that's
great.
better.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Apologies about that. Let's see if it wants to work today. I'll share now.
Jan, it looks like you're still sharing. It's up.
Is my presentation sharing now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So you can see the slide that says Industrial Hemp Global Insights and South African Pathways.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. So yeah, so because of a bit of a time lag there, I'll just proceed quickly. Basically aligning with the partnership with Feed SA, focusing on farmer empowerment and integration in Mpumalanga. And today I said just, covering a bit of a global insights analysis of the hemp industry and saying where we are in our trajectory and how we can focus going forward. So the vision, same as the last time, is to be able to look at Mpumalanga in South Africa to be one of the premier agricultural hubs. How that can be done is either through what Jan mentioned, catalyzing where there is investment in post-mining rehabilitation and how to support commercial farmers to develop economies of scale. But this also needs to come with the lens of addressing socio-ecological and socio-economic challenges such as employment and empowerment and ownership. So really trying to frame industrial hemp as being a leading catalyst for certain empowerment programs. So excuse my very crude look at the global hemp industry, but I'll explain a bit and go into more detail. Basically, on the West, with Canada and USA, Canada has been a leading hemp industry globally, focusing on grain production. But their challenge, even though they have robust technology and fully established value chains, is a short daylight cycle. So really trying to find out how that basically can be learned from in our context in South Africa, with some areas having very long daylight cycles. The USA, with the 2018 Farm Bill, allowed for the production of industrial hemp, but their challenge was that they grew a lot of industrial hemp, but there weren't processes to process it. So a lot of farmers lost confidence in the market, and they had to regionalize and focus on where to consolidate and centralize agro-processing centers around farming communities. So this is something to take heed of in our industry, is not to be able to follow suit with growing a lot of hemp and not having places to process it, really trying to find out how to create these decentralized or centralized processing hubs. With the South Americas, Brazil focusing on hemp, and Colombia especially is focusing on hemp as an agroecologically restorative crop. They're looking at hemp for their peasant farmers to be able to curtail some of the illicit trade that they have coming out of Colombia, and they're really positioning it as a peasant farmer approach so that they can stimulate local economies. Chile is growing. Chile is one of the leading hemp fiber producers in South America. And then looking at Europe, and I'll go into more detail there, Europe has a long history of growing industrial hemp. Kind of the eastern part of Europe is renowned for its genetics, like Nova Saska being a classic genetic. And this has allowed for them to have established markets and to also have their policies and procedures in place to allow for seed bank development, to allow for processing infrastructure specific for end-use market approaches with hemp. As it's known, hemp genetics are specifically designed, domesticated, modified for specific end-use market, whether that be SHIV, availability, fiber, grain, or even as a short growth crop rotation. So with that, looking at some of the eastern side of Europe, France has been a leading player in the global hemp industry. They never stopped production when the UN clamped down on hemp production worldwide and conflated high THC cannabis with hemp. They proceeded to produce hemp and have thus a very mature market and very well-established value chains. And then with Russia, Russia has produced genetics auto-flowering genetics, and people call them ruderalis in the high THC or high cannabinoid strain that comes out of Russia, and that's an auto-flowering genetic. So they have genetics and they have industries that produce at scale. And then moving to the east with China, China has been a long-established hemp growing region since ancient times. Obviously, it emerged out of the foothills of the Himalayas. So with China, they've produced a large amount of different varieties of genetics that have been stabilized, that have been sent around the world, and have been cross-hybridized with different genetics to suit local markets. It is also a leader in the textile industry and has an established market demand for hemp locally. The military actually is one of the off-takers of hemp textiles, so the government used that to reverse engineer the demand of the textile industry and was able to invest in that value chain. And that's something for us to take also heed of and focus on, is how can we reverse engineer the demand of that. India, also a large producing hemp region now, with it coming online in the last few years. And also Sri Lanka focusing on very hot climates, very humid climates. And this is also something for us in North Limpopo, where it gets very hot, understanding their genetics, agronomic practices, and cultivars, being able to produce in extremely hot climates that have low amounts of rain at some stage. Japan is also a large producer of hemp, even though they have a very small land area. And then, very interesting enough, Australia has had quite a slow growth of the hemp industry, even though they were opened up quite early. They have, what's interesting for them and South Africa is their latitude of genetics. Hemp is a photoperiod light-sensitive crop, and their latitude equates to our latitude, and being able to understand how their genetics compare on an agronomic practice and on a yield basis can inform our data and what we can expect from our local cultivars currently being registered. So then in Africa, really a hotspot right now, and I think it is time for hemp in Africa, with Botswana opening up commercial trade and having their first conference a few weeks ago. Zimbabwe focusing on hemp and also looking at biochar with hemp, being able to export markets. Malawi has been focusing on hemp and food production coming out of Invergrow, one of the companies there, as well as Ghana, Nigeria, and so many. Lesotho now is also looking at producing hemp, and Eswatini has established a cannabis and hemp council. So really there is a lot of energy, I think, focusing on hemp production globally. The global markets have projections that are valued at 11 billion in the USD in 2024 and expected to reach 30 billion by 2029 with a compound annual growth rate of 22.4%. All of this information I have as referenced at the end of the slides you can go look at. The trends show growth is driven by deregulation, sustainability demands, applications in food, fiber, and construction, and even though there's been challenges in regulations and market volatility. So market volatility is stabilizing offtake markets to be able to ensure that they have a captured audience that they can sell to. If it's on front-end consumer developed products versus, bio-based industries, that's what determines some fluctuations. The total global coverage exceeds 270,000 hectares, and it's led by China. And a very interesting one, and something I just want to note as well, when I was writing my master's, there weren't that many papers, but since then, public medical scientific review papers have said that there's 24,757 papers. Industrial hemp, even though it's a new industry in South Africa, it's a very well-researched, very well-documented hemp industry. So there might be gaps in local research, but globally, with genetics that will be used in South Africa, there is a lot of research about agronomic practices, about yields, about grain storage, about fiber, stem cells, tissue, and so on. So really has been supported a lot by global think tanks. All EU countries allow for industrial hemp under common agricultural policies. The EU Common Agricultural Policy has subsidies for hemp, which is very interesting because that actually supports the development of cooperatives, and cooperatives actually dominate a lot of the supply chains, especially in France, which is very interesting for South Africa with our agri-park model and different models coming out of South Africa. You can have your fully integrated vertical supply chain, but you can also have farmer cooperatives that are fundable, that work also on other crop establishments. So it might just be a hemp growing region, but is actually prioritized in a cooperative. And that's one way to accelerate the funding. Key players are France, Germany, Netherlands, and Romania. Market, France, I explained, and we'll have more detail about them just now. Germany has an industrial focus now and has allowed for hemp production. It's also a very strong research center and has many different types of high-valued commodities that are in demand in that area due to climate and climate pressure, as well as renewable energies demand. Netherlands has a very robust equipment availability, and we'll look at one of their companies at the end of the slides. And Romania is an EU fiber exporter. Other countries that are interesting to look at is Ireland, is also Greece, that has been looking at hemp also in a way of supporting villages that have been removed from economic activities because a lot of concentration happening in urban agglomerated areas. So different ways, different countries, different lessons to learn from. France is Europe's top producer with a mature industry focused on fiber and seed, and accounts for 60% of the EU hemp output. There's estimates of 18,000 to 20,000 hectares planted in 2024. This comes from a study done where there were 17,900 hectares planted in 2020. So that just shows the scale. And then the L'École Nationale des Champs School is a school that specializes in hemp building. And that gives people accredited hemp building licenses to be able to go and build with hemp in different construction projects. And that's one way of certifying the building standards of hemp, is to have a school that's centered with those standards. China's output dominates the world with plus minus over 50% of worldwide production. It's mature, and they have key provinces, regions, bioregions, microclimatic regions, focusing on fiber, and other regions focusing on seeds. So this is how, by their market being mature, they've established the right areas to grow in. They are the top global exporter of hemp textiles. How does our industry going to be able to produce products at a lower rate than importing it from China and being able to support local economies? This is, a constant challenge, I guess, in exporting markets versus local production. So some of the historical growth trends show that there's been plus minus 38,000 hectares planted in 2024. The USA saw rapid growth, as explained earlier, about in the post-2018 Farm Bill, with 2024 marking a 64% cover increase from the previous years. And they focus also on the whole supply chain of cannabis sativa. So focusing on flower production for high THC, a large amount of indoor grows, and then also focusing on CBD flower production and other cannabinoids. There was the CBDA craze and also the THCA production that allowed for many different types of industries to go through loopholes, but they have quite an extensive industry now that has become mature and offtakes in the building, fiber, food sector. Ukraine is a very interesting example because they're coming out of, emerging as an industry due to the need to support local industries that can amplify the post-war recovery because of the conflict zones with Russia. And they're being prioritized and supported by government subsidies for value chain development. So it's one way that the government said, we want to support local industries and be able to rebuild infrastructure sustainably. And hemp is being positioned as one of those leading commodities. With Canada, explained as well, it's got plus minus 14,000 hectares, and it's a pioneer that's established production since 1998 and focused on grain, and Manitoba as a hub. So they have a certain region that focuses primarily on hemp and produces it at scale and has homogenized genetics that they have stable ROIs that they are able to produce at and supply the market at an affordable rate. As explained, Australia is emerging and it's legalized in most states in 2017 with a certain area you can read, I won't explain, but certain area of coverage planted. But now they're also doing tropical trials, and we've had local genetics trialed in Australia as well to prove viability in a different climate. And the results came back extremely strong and showed a high yield for some local genetics that have been cultivated. So this once again shows our cultivar selection in the same latitude zone. So this is just some more coverage information about the countries I chose just to highlight and some of the examples to learn from. The one that's Canada is the seeds and oil exports, and that's a market that South Africa can open up to because of the low amount of tech needed to versus fiber, which is a very technical plant to harvest, and I'll let the following presenters present on that. This is a very boring slide about the history of South Africa, and I'm going to fast forward just to 1994, basically when we had hemp pilot projects that were done with the ARC, and we have the ARC in the room today with Nova Saska, Felina 34, Futura 77. And this just tried to prove economic viability with studies done in Addo, Don, in Rustenburg as well, that was centered around testing and piloting genetics. So since then, only 30 years later, we had first commercial plantings that were done. And this is an area where we lost research, local research that was done until SA Hemp 1, SA Hemp 2, which I believe now is a registered cultivar that can be actually addressed into the local market. So we lost a long period of research, and now we're catching up to where we want this market to be with evidence-based data. So I'm not going to cover a lot of the trial data done, because I believe with ARC in the room, they will cover their trials that were done in South Africa. But there were trials initiated in 1994 in Rustenburg that were founded and funded by the South African Basque Crop Consortium. And this allowed for the production of these 4 genetics. So there is a variety of information you can comb through, and I've put links in the chat. But then the recent ARC trial data is done in 2023 and 2024. Were covering certain areas that looked at the genotype and environment interactions, and these were the varieties that were grown, and I'll let following speaker go into this. And this was the areas that were planted in, and this was some of the challenges and some of the observations. And then in South Africa, most recently, there was a French delegation that came into South Africa and did a value chain analysis across most of the provinces, I believe, in South Africa. And the results from this showed that there are certain industries to focus on, regions to focus
your signal, maybe if you can close your camera.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
The signal is a bit, it's better. Thanks.
That okay, perfect. Okay, cool. So then just fast forwarding, and I know I'm coming to the end of the time now. So there was a government gazette on 29th of August, so pretty recently, that showed that the regulations were made to the Plant Improvement Act, and with cannabis sativa, meaning low THC plants, they focused now on it having that does not contain more than 2% THC. So this is a huge step for the industry, and globally, we will be the first country in the world to have a less than 2% THC in a global industrial hemp industry value chain. How this is going to be curtailed on our export-based market because of the production, will need to be understood if our products and our biomass can be exported, or if our local products can be exported. And this needs to be done through the HS codes, the harmonizing systems that can evaluate the full chain of hemp products. But then also another key thing that I pulled from this is that it allows for the hemp permit to be valid for 5 years. And this also unlocks certain bodies like Land Bank to be able to invest in hemp, because the 3-year hemp permit allowance that was done before this actually curtailed some funding institutions to invest in it because they needed to have a longer lifespan. So very interesting things that are positioned now to unlock funding. And then there is a national policy on the commercialization of hemp and cannabis. And this focuses on, how are we going to develop a comprehensive and inclusive hemp and cannabis, basically commercial model. So some of this shows the timeline of policy development and activity plan that can be scheduled for. And it really shows that, and this is something, to consider as a nation, is The bill that covers the private use, commercial cultivation and manufacturing and research is set to be presented to Parliament by only mid-2027. So we're at the end of 2025 in the preparations of planting season, and it will be a year and a half until the commercialization document will be, seen by Parliament. So really being able to set up certain sites, regions, and businesses and entities to be able to amplify when the commercial policy gets released is of critical importance. And then I just wanted to show international examples of companies that have been very well established, and I chose it from the countries we've been looking at. So in Ukraine, a company called Mary Janie has really positioned the Ukraine vertically integrated supply chain model, basing it out of an industrial park focus, which is similar to an agri-park, that is centered in an old textile region in Ukraine. And something to take note of with this is that they've renovated an old flax factory that looks at how to adapt, modify, configure flax equipment based for hemp fiber production. So producing for fiber, your major byproduct is hemp shiv, which is obviously used for insulation, building material, cellulose extraction, animal bedding, whatever types of commodities you can make out of that. So this is just a company that I believe shows a vertically integrated operation. In the Netherlands, Dan Angro Hemp Group shows a really mature, adaptive industrial hemp equipment. This is a dual shredder crop, so it actually cuts the hemp fiber, which is why uniform height is so important, that you separate the top parts of the plant and cut the fiber in the midway stem at a uniform rate and separate it on site. So this allows for green decortication or leaving the field, the hemp in the field to have dew retting, which then is harvested and taken to the local producer or to the decortication facility. So I really just wanted to show this on the technical applications of hemp equipment and some of the leaders that have created unique agricultural equipment for the hemp industry. And then a hemp genetics company coming out of France shows data that would be, I'm predicting South Africa is going to be able to produce in the next, 3 to 5 years. That really shows the list of registered cultivars, shows if they're monoecious or dioecious. Dioecious meaning male or female. Monoecious is a self-fertilizing plant, and this shows some of the metrics that they use to be able to evaluate its applicability to certain types of value chains. So this genetic Orion 33 is centered for food and cosmetics. So really just showing the depth and breadth of companies that are in mature markets. Wrapping up on my side, the Danish technology shows basically research data that has been done on hemp fiber and different ways that they do baling to ensure integrity. So for example, if you can see this picture, I hope you can see my mouse with the red, it shows bales being in round bales, and this obviously protects the integrity of fiber when taken to local decortication facilities. And then in the bottom right, producing some of the non-usable hemp fiber into fiber mats, and then the long form fiber into, hopefully 100% textile fiber. And then something also to show with all the state-of-the-art equipment out there, there's also opportunities to have a robust farmer model. And this is something where I take huge lessons from, because, I think Africa, and especially the regions that are far from industrial opportunities, have still an opportunity to produce usable hemp fiber. And this is a rattle cage that separates hemp fiber and hemp shiv, and is able to produce local cultivars. The resilient farmer model is being able to use shivs and fiber that can be used. And then also, I think, the small-scale farmer model. So really taking your local hemp fiber in a local decorticator and being able to separate it on site and still produce usable materials. And then your you can make local hemp brick making that is used in a basin that you mix all the hemp lime and water in, and then be able to press down for the hemp brick. So this just shows some of the opportunities and applications that hemp can go through in some of the international situations. So yeah, thank you all so much.
Thanks, Phivo. Sorry,
yeah,
I'm going to have
sure.
to cut you short there. We're 5 minutes over, and I see a hand, but we're not going to take questions now. Thank you so much. And as I said, passionate and very well versed on the subject. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation there, Phivo. Our next speaker is Dr. Siphe Zantsi. He's an agricultural economist at the ARC, at the Agricultural Research Council. He holds a PhD in agricultural economics from the University of Stellenbosch. Yeah, so I think we're quite excited to hear his voice today and to also understand what the ARC has been doing in this space. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Zantsi. No further ado. Doctor, are you ready for us?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Jan. It's good to be here. And thanks to Phivo for a wonderful presentation. So I will skip some of the things that he spoke about, but I will start over. Maybe you can unshare, then I will share my presentation. So in the meantime, I will just talk about the ARC, who we are, for those who might not know it. So it's a agricultural organization that is mandated by the Agricultural Act of 1990. So we do agricultural research in the whole of South Africa for major commodities. You're talking about grain, livestock vaccines. We're talking about vines. So our institutes or campuses are spread across the country, depending on which commodity is mostly produced in that region. For example, in Mpumalanga, we have subtropical crops, and in Stellenbosch, we have need for bay. But most of our institutes are around Gauteng. I think 6 of the 10 or 11. So where I'm coming from is from the central office, which is in Hatfield, Pretoria. So I'm coming from a small unit called Economic Analysis Unit. So we're mostly dealing with economic and impact assessment studies. We also quantify or do some research and development studies to quantify if we're getting value for money for investing in research. So I think Jan talked a lot about about the global cannabis market and projections, and which are pointing to the upward trajectory, which is good, meaning that if one invests in hemp and cannabis, then they are likely to get more for their investment. But unfortunately, South Africa, we're still at more or less infant stages. But also, this is not really so negative, because there's huge potential. And I think we have heard President Ramaphosa several times mentioning it in the State of the Nation address. But the longing question I think people would have is that when are we seeing these benefits in our local communities? But there is plenty of opportunities, and I think people also shared a lot about opportunities, for example, in processing. And one of the potential processors I've met who will speak here, Mahlatse, I think if we can get more of companies like his or theirs, then yeah, we can move forward with the hemp industry. So I will now talk about the state of production and the hemp market development in the country. So according to the National Department of Agriculture, we have over 1,000 permit holders across the country. But the sad reality is that only a few have started planting hemp. We have had trainings across the country last year. So that's where we got to establish this. And so the major challenges or reasons for people not to have started planting hemp include seed availability, some financial exclusion. So on seed availability, yeah, I think it has been only later last year that the two varieties from ARC have been now registered cultivars. But it's a long process because the registration is only one step, you know, so we also need to move beyond this step and give it to people who will do mass production and sell it so that it can be available to local markets. But that process is in the pipeline, and also now the National Department of Agriculture together with the ARC are also planning to distribute this seed to provinces. But farmers will not get much seed because we need to give everyone, but we have limited stock available. And also some of the stock we need to use for our trials. And then on financial inclusion, yes, I heard people talking about this, the good thing about the expansion of the hemp permit from 3 to 5 years, which is a good thing. But I don't think we are moving at the same speed as government departments and yeah, because the farmers I have spoken to, some of them, they were complaining that Land Bank could not give them loans because they said that hemp is not well known how it will perform in South Africa, but we'll get into that. So yeah, you would understand that financiers they also want to caution against risk, you know. So they have to take calculated risk. So those are some of the challenges, and also the market. Yeah, there are a lot of companies that are giving offtake agreements and buying hemp. But the challenge is that most of them, they are situated far away from where farmers are. And then that creates a lot of cost for farmers to transport the produce. And as you would understand, people, when you're planting a new crop that you have never planted before, you're always cautious. You will not just plant 50 hectares from the get-go. You want to start small so that you see how it performs, and then when you are comfortable, then you can expand your operations. And also some other problems related to lack of information. So this has to do with also the markets, you know, because in the offtake agreements that I've seen in some of the producers, especially smallholder producers, might not really understand all of the terms and conditions in there. And those agreements, sometimes they tend to shift all the risk to the farmer, you know, so those are some of the challenges. And we have limited processing facilities, especially those that are closer to farmers. So those are some of the challenges. But this is more important, very important, especially for the development of the industry, because reliable market is one of the key drivers of development of an industry. So From the ARC surveys that we have conducted, we have seen that, yeah, there are several offtake agreements. But yeah, I've talked about this. So to grow the hemp industry, we really do need reliable markets with more transparent contractual agreements and which are closer to where producers are, you know. So this is really a necessary condition. So for the development of any industry, I think market is key because that's what drives or encourages producers to produce more. But once you have market that doesn't give, is not reliable, or it doesn't give good prices, farmers incur a lot of risk, then you will start to see some discouragement from farmers, and they will start producing alternative crops. So I think this is important for the development of the hemp industry. So I think we can also learn from the National Wool Growers Association scheme on promoting communal wool development. So around 1997, the National Wool Growers Association, together with local governments, especially in the Eastern Cape, they have embarked on a journey to train communal wool farmers and supply drams to improve genetic material of the herd and build sharing sheds. But at the end, they promised to buy all the wool from communal farmers. So even where I come from in the Eastern Cape, around these times, 1997, we were just selling wool from local bakkies who will just give you maybe 2 rand per 50 kg bag. So it wasn't really something that people thought they would make money from. Until this initiative by the National Wool Growers Association. So from this, the communal wool clip increased from 222,000 kgs to over 5 million kgs by 2017. So this is really a remarkable improvement, and what has driven it is mostly the availability of the market and the information. So now communal wool clip accounts for about 13% of the national wool production. So I think there are good lessons we can take from this. For example, the training about production, which we have started as the ARC, but farmers, of course, said they need not really theoretical training, but practical training in the form of trials that we will be doing with the communities. So also farmers shouldn't struggle to sell their produce. Markets should be available so that they encourage farmers to produce more. I will just touch on now on ARC's cannabis research. So we have a whole project among the many projects that we have at the ARC, which is devoted to cannabis research. So we're not really focusing only on hemp, but the whole cannabis related plants. So the first work package is talking about identification of local developed and imported hemp varieties adapted to different production areas in South Africa. So that's why we do more trials across the country. I think colleagues that are leading this from agronomic side, they have imported hemp seeds from France, from China, including those that we have developed ourselves. And the other work package talk about seed multiplication of this SA Hemp 1 and Hemp 2. So that was the purpose was to increase the seed supply of these two varieties. Other work package talks about maintaining hemp germplasm as seed and tissue culture. And the other establishing hemp evaluation and demonstration trials at ARC farms, and the other on regular training of hemp inspectors to empower them to perform inspections as prescribed in the regulations. Then the other on training of permit holders during farmers' days, which we did last year. But I think more training, more practical trainings will come. The other one, we aim to develop a database of molecular markers that can be used to determine diversity, cultivar discrimination, and purity. So I think in this one, people who have had their indigenous varieties or cultivars, especially in the high THC cannabis. You will hear about some guys in the Dhaka belt, so they have been planting Dhaka for many years, and there are certain varieties that are known and preferred by their market or consumers. So here we plan to have them benefiting from the Plant Improvement Act by registering those varieties if we find that they are different from the existing one and they are unique. And then the other work package is a research under controlled conditions, so to determine the effect of biotic and abiotic factors. And the other on long read sequencing to analyze genetic diversity. This also talks to that one of establishing whether this is different or from the existing varieties. The other one on cannabis breeding for medicine, fiber, and other uses. So where we're coming from is the work package 11 on socio-economic analysis. So what has happened is that the story of how hemp could change the lives of many South Africans, especially smallholder farmers and entrepreneurs from previously disadvantaged racial groups, is always said at a higher level, but we don't know the views of the people on the ground. So we thought, or we want to hear those views in this work package. So we have been doing some studies on establishing knowledge, attitudes, and practices towards hemp production. But I will talk about those later. I don't know now that I have very few minutes left. So the other ones is on medicinal plant breeding, evaluation of local available cannabis flower, machine, and hemp decorticator. So yeah, we have tried some, we have imported some machinery to see, especially at a small scale level, to see how is it performing so that we can recommend to farmers and processors or entrepreneurs that want to tap into processing. So this work package 14 sort of came when the project already started, because one of our trials, I think in Mpumalanga, was wiped out by nematodes. Something that we never thought of, or our colleagues never thought of from agronomy. So it necessitated that we establish this work package to do some more research on that. So the idea from people is that cannabis or hemp is more versatile and it's not affected by diseases and pests. But it's because we have been planted in large quantities and in big fields. But once we do that, we'll start seeing a lot of diseases and pests coming in. So that's why we also have these work packages from 14 to 16. In the interest of time, so what you will always hear from people on the ground or farmers is that, okay, we hear that hemp is a profitable crop, but how much money do I need to put aside to establish an enterprise, and how much will I get back? So some of the information that I've got from these hemp markets online, this is what they have put out to say that you can make about 19% of profit from whatever, from if you're planting for, if you from stem, from flower, and then total revenue. But there are questions here because certain things you don't know because they only provide the what you will get because they are markets, But now for farmers, you need to have all the information, for example, about the inputs and also the risks that are there, which sellers will not really, or buyers will not really tell you, because it's sort of a marketing strategy. So to bridge this gap, we also want to develop more reliable enterprise budgets that reflect true picture from local context. So we're working with the Gauteng Department of Agriculture to develop enterprise budget for hemp. So this will tell you, like in other crops, so for you to produce a hectare of hemp, this is more or less the cost that you will likely to incur, and this is the revenue that you can generate or income that you can generate from that enterprise. But I think that should also come with caution because agricultural production is also depends on the experience of a farmer. If you have just planted a crop for the first time, you can't really expect to get the recommended yield from your first harvest. So experience also plays a role. So we also, as I said, also doing some surveys to establish knowledge, attitudes, and practices or perception towards hemp production, especially to smallholder farmers across the country. I would be happy to engage with people that are also working with smallholders or are smallholders or from cannabis associations. We have started in Limpopo, and last week we were in Eastern Cape, but in the Dagga Belt. So we'll continue to move around across the country. In the interest of time, I think Jan has been calling me now. I'll stop here.
Thanks, Doctor. Thank you so much for a wonderful contribution, and yeah, some very good work being done there. Appreciate your contribution today. So our next speaker is going to be Siboniso Magwaza from the University of Pretoria. So the university is one of our partners on this journey. Siboniso is currently a PhD candidate in agronomy at the university, and his research is focusing on irrigation with mine-impacted waters and soils, and exploring their potential as alternative resources for agriculture. Now, he's specifically investigating the effect of untreated and partially treated mine waters on crop production and soil health. And it's within this context that, yeah, we're hoping for the university to also start working with hemp and start to learn some lessons that can be used for the expansion of this crop. So I'm going to hand over to you, Siboniso. Thanks. We can't hear. I think you're muted. We can't hear you. There we go. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jan, for the introduction. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my talk will be on fiber hemp in South Africa, well, focusing on agronomic research priorities. So fiber hemp is still a crop that is not well known in South Africa. I'm struggling with something here.
We can see your screen. Yeah, there we go. Now you're in the presentation mode.
Okay, so it's a crop that is well known in South Africa. However, it has a great opportunities in terms of providing employment. It can be used also in textiles and also providing opportunities for green economy. However, this crop needs to compete with other agronomic crops for it to be planted at large commercial scale. There is a challenge with this crop here in South Africa, as the doctor has just mentioned. We have limited local experience, and we also lack tested local production guidelines. So therefore, we need some research that will establish the productivity of hemp under local conditions, and also the value of the harvest. So hemp is promoted for its rehabilitation and environmental benefits, which is then become an opportunity for use in mine rehabilitated land. So as the mine water research team from the University of Pretoria, together with the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency, we are interested in this crop due to its potential in the just energy transition and the other benefits that it can come with. So as the mine water research team, we have conducted quite extensive studies where we've been using mine impacted waters for irrigation. So for that reason, we want to incorporate hemp into into some of our studies. And what you see here, it's part of what we have been doing. We at this area is at Mafube, where we're irrigating crops with circum-neutral water. This is a 20-hectare field, and my colleague here is also monitoring. I would like to say this is a rehabilitated land. So my colleague Bano is monitoring how different crops will perform under rehabilitated land. And also we are monitoring how the rehabilitation was done on this area. So crop being new in South Africa, there is little information that is available. So what we aim to do, we want to explore the potential of hemp in the just energy transition, as I've mentioned. We also aim to identify some critical agronomic requirements, which will help us in understanding how hemp can be successfully produced in South Africa. We want to also reduce the barriers to entry for the prospective producers by generating locally relevant knowledge and guidelines. And also we want to explore the potential of hemp in mining environments, especially irrigating with mine-influenced waters, and the role of hemp that it can play in land rehabilitation. So why are we focusing on hemp? Most of the reason I've mentioned are from the previous slides. So what I'm trying to picture here is that we have crops that we've been growing throughout our studies, mostly edible crops. So now we just like to highlight that there are food safety concerns that have been raised around using mine impacted waters. So if we incorporate biofuel crops or fiber crops that can maybe come into play in terms of those issues of food safety. Well, looking at the agronomic research priorities that I'm going to focus on, we look onto seed sources and genetics. I will look also onto planting dates and densities. I will look also into nutrient requirements and water requirements, together with pest, with crop protection, which will include pest, weeds, and diseases, as well as harvesting practices, rating, and also storage of hemp. So this crop, looking into seed sources and genetics, well, there are no reliable seeds and strong genetics that are available. Not much of them, not to say that no, that are available or production. However, reliable seeds are essential for improved production of hemp, as you may know. The limited certified and availability of seeds is really a challenge, as the doctor has just mentioned. And another challenge that farmers face is the high seed prices, which can be a showstopper for farmers. However, if there is unless there is high value in fiber and the bioproducts, then that's when farmers can venture into hemp production. So hemp is said to be a short day plant, which means they flower when the days are shortened. And that means to say, in South Africa, if we import varieties, they might flower too early, which will reduce the vegetative growth. However, that is not a problem if only we want hemp for seeds production. Well, hemp is said to require a mild and temperate climate, and rainfall or irrigation of about 500 and 700 millimeters are required throughout the growing season, with about 250 to 300 millimeters of irrigation received during the vegetative growth, which we can maximize productivity. Drought is said to be so much damaging on hemp, especially when the seed is still germinating, and also during the flowering stage. If we compare hemp with cotton, hemp is said to need less water per kilogram of fiber that is produced. And most of literature have highlighted that hemp has about 38% or lower, or lower, yes, crop requirement than cotton. However, we need to look at the fiber quality when hemp is compared with cotton. So that is very important. Well, fiber hemp needs high density in order for the plants to grow tall, slender, and also have unbranched plants. So at high densities, there is self-thinning that occurs, which is due to competition for water, nutrients, and light, and just like any other crop. Well, at low density, well, hemp results in thicker stems with more branching and lower fiber quality. So the recommended application rate can be 200 to 400 plants per square meter, which that converts to about 20 to 40 kilograms per hectare. So experimental and optimal densities on experiments on optimal densities are highly recommended to better understand planting population, considering that hemp seeds are very expensive, especially if we import them from overseas due to the unavailability of many of local varieties. Well, looking into nutrition, hemp makes a heavy demand on the soil. With nitrogen, under dryland, you can see it needs from about 100 to 170 kilograms, and under irrigated agriculture, it can take up to 220 kilograms. So if we apply too much nitrogen, especially at the vegetative growth, that will result to faster cell elongation, which leads to thinner cell walls and weaker fibers. So it is recommended, according to literature, that we apply about 60 kilograms at planting or pre-planting. So this will be part of the studies that we will carry out in our agronomic experiments. Well, looking at phosphorus, potassium, and heavy metals, fiber hemp requires about 70 kilograms per hectare of phosphorus and up to 340 kilograms of potassium. And potassium is absorbed throughout the fiber development stages. And studies have shown that with fiber quality is more affected by phosphorus than potassium. That means that is why we have so much amount of potassium that is needed throughout the growing season. So hemp roots absorb and store toxic elements, which can be like lead, nickel, cadmium, and other harmful elements. So that is why it has a potential for use in phytoremediation. Well, looking into insects and nematodes, there are a few pesticides that are registered for hemp use internationally, I would say. However, if we want to protect these, we can do crop rotation, which can disturb or disrupt the insect cycles. And hemp have trichomes which can release terpenes and cannabinoids that can repel herbivores. Well, field observations have noted that a few species of insects have exceeded the economic criteria that will require management. That means now, initially, since we're trying to establish hemp production, it might not be a problem that we can focus on at the moment. But later on, when we have large areas and we're producing in large quantities, that's when maybe we can start having issues of insects Well, with nematodes, just like what the doctor has mentioned, it has been observed in the US, and it is said to be quite a problem, because when it attacks your farm, it completely wipes out everything. So I think consideration should be made into that. However, they will not be part of our study at the moment. However, if there is a need for specialized studies, experts in the field can be roped in to assist with that. Well, most of reported pathogens are currently, they have limited economic impact on hemp. And the common fungal diseases that are known is white and gray mold, and also powdery mildew. We have the pictures that are shown there. The top picture just shows a white mold, and the one in the middle shows powdery mildew. And the third one shows bit top virus, which can be spread by leafhoppers. And that is said to have a potential of completely destroying the crop in a field. So since fungicides options for hemp are scarce, cultural and biological methods are advised in terms of controlling pests and diseases. Well, with management, hemp relies on fast growing dense crop to outcompete the weeds. So if we sow seeds in a warm, moist, well-prepared seed bed, seed emergence will be rapid and weeds will be suppressed. Well, later on in the season, we can apply mechanical methods like pre-seeding, cultivation, or inter-row weeding, which will control weeds during the season. Well, harvesting is recommended during the vegetative growth, typically before flowering, as fiber quality declines with increased lignin during the reproductive growth and full plant maturity. So fiber quality is best before the stems start hardening. However, early harvest may improve fiber softness, but there is a problem with reduced overall yield. So part of our study will investigate the best timing that balances fiber quality and also yield. Well, with retting, stems are often left to rot under moist conditions, with periodic turning to aid in microbial degradation. And after retting, the stalks can be arranged in windrows to dry before they can be collected. And the dry stalks are stored indoors to prevent further retting and preserve fiber quality. So in summary, our research priorities, we will focus on varieties, water requirements, planting densities, nutrition, salinity tolerance, and planting dates. Well, with pest diseases and weeds, they are not ignored, but they are not a priority at the moment. As I've mentioned, should they be a priority? Well, we will rope in experts in those fields. So in conclusion, as I've said earlier on, we are not experts in this field. We will greatly welcome guidance for those with more experience to refine our priorities and have a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siboniso, for a wonderful contribution. And I think it's wonderful to see the young guns coming through already in this, even though it's a new industry, but I'm sure we're going to still hear a lot from you. Our next speaker then is our entrepreneur in the room. So we're honored also to have Mahlatse with us today. Mahlatse is basically the visionary behind Green Route Hemp Industries, and they've been slowly building and trialing the crop, and specifically also focusing at Green Route on the offtake side of things, because as we all know, without a market, it doesn't make any sense to plant something. So I'm going to, with no further ado, I'm just handing over then to you, Mahlatse. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mahlatse Mohlala. I think for the sake of bandwidth, I'll probably just switch off my camera. I think the main thing, I just want to show people that I'm a real person, and then I think we can jump into the presentation. I just want to thank you all for making the time, and I look forward to sharing some of our experience. If you can, please just allow me a second to share my screen. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes,
you can?
Yeah, your screen is clear, bro.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency's Hemp Webinar number 2. I am excited to actually share some of our experience and some of our findings, and also just to show a bit of the practicality behind the hemp. I think we've heard a lot about research, and I think even when you're doing your research, it's quite easy to find some research-backed studies about how the crop dynamics work, but we don't really have African examples that are on the ground, that not only have cultivated, but have actually taken the crop all the way through to final product, and that's what we are, and that's what we do. So we are Green Route Hemp Industries, and we're looking to become Africa's first vertically integrated processing center and supplier of proudly South African hemp fiber for textile applications. So About Green Route Industries, I myself come from a geography and environmental science background and also a wind farm construction background. And it is in this time where I learned a lot about sustainability and the use of alternative materials for industrial scale projects. And in that time is where I learned how hemp fiber can be quite pivotal, especially for key industries, especially how we use these textiles in industrial applications and projects. So this presentation is basically today to showcase what the realities are on the ground for South African entrepreneurs and also what to expect, and also to showcase some of our own capacity as a company. So this is a showcase of what industrial hemp actually performs like. Within 50 days, you are able to receive a 3-meter long stalk. So one thing that we quickly realized is that a lot of the research studies that we find are able to act as benchmarks. However, they should never be taken as raw and low. And this is where research and development is extremely key to start understanding these crop dynamics in South African climates. We ourselves in our personal capacity have done trials in 4 key provinces, which include the Northwest, the Western Cape, KZN, and Gauteng as well. So these key provinces, the Transvaal Triangle, this presents a massive opportunity for Mpumalanga as well. This was a completely organic cultivation. We did not use any fertilizer. This was all purely organic, and this is showing the potential when looking as an alternative to commodity crops like your cotton, because in 1 hectare alone, just off of irrigation, you can save up to 40,000 Rand per hectare. And on a deeper level, when 1 kilogram of cotton fiber, you need about 10 to 20,000 liters of water, but for 1 kilogram of hemp fibers, you only need about 2,000 liters of water. This shows the resilience of the crop, but also the potential in a drought-prone country like South Africa. So what are some of the milestones? We are one of the first companies in South Africa that have been able to not only locally grow the crop, but process it locally and manufacture it locally into viable textile products. These textile products are actually for a local retailer, and we're not doing this to just showcase what can be done with the crop. We are actually looking to act as a case study for South Africa regarding the potential on an entrepreneurial side and an economic development side that the potential the crop has by showcasing the industrial capacity of such a crop, right, in terms of its inputs and its outputs. So we're one of the first that have been able to process the hemp fibers to a high standard and grade similar to cotton. And as you can see in the picture to the middle right, we are actually able to blend it with cotton to make our fabrics. As you can see to the far right here, that is actually a denim fabric. So this is just an example of the power that you can do with the crop, and also showcases the different types of textiles that could emerge from this. This is just a denim, but you can now look into your hospital linens, your conveyor belts, your workwear, and the like. And as Phivo mentioned, our military as well. So we believe that a project like this, rolled out in the correct way, can have a lot of impact for provinces like Mpumalanga. So we are built for growth. We can currently produce roughly 300 kilograms of fiber per month. This equates to roughly 3 kilometers worth of fabric per month. We can also produce roughly 500 kilograms of hurd, which we use for our processing. So at this point, all of our machinery and our project has been self-funded, and we believe this is an important step to take before investing in heavy scale machinery. We need to be able to understand the dynamics of the crop, how to process it, what steps are necessary, doing that heavy R&D to fully understand what it takes to make the crop into an industrial and viable product. This is important in order to start setting benchmarks, not only in terms of pricing and economics, but also in terms of quality and standards. And this is a key component of the work that we do. So what are our product offerings? We offer hemp seed for cultivation, graded hemp hurd to various sizes from 15, 10, 5, and 3 millimeters, which is almost the dust. Short and long bust fiber for the export market as well. And we can also process the fibers to a cotton-like state for the non-woven, woven and knitted textile market. And through our partners, we are able to manufacture yarn and fabrics. So what are our service offerings? So a big part of our undertaking is that we're not really looking to become industrial hemp cultivators. We are looking to become industrial hemp processors that make high value products. But we do believe the key step to this is the farmer. And the key step to enabling the farmer is making first sure that they are trained. Not only they are trained, but they are fully compliant. So our service offerings is actually making sure to assist the farmer who has maybe very little experience or knowledge of this industry. We assist them with the hemp permit, get it to them, and we also assist them with training to ensure they can actually enter the market much more easier and limit the barriers to entry to enter this new industry, because we do understand certain benchmarks haven't been established and we can't expect people to almost come into something blindly. And this is why we believe is the importance of our initiative, We Train to Buy, which is a training, hemp cultivation training. So we basically post-training supply you with a handbook, which gives you a step-by-step process of how to go all the way from soil preparation, all the way through to retting, harvesting, and including financials. This, we believe, is an important step for any farmer looking to enter the industry. You need to know exactly what you're getting into, what your yields are going to be, and what your returns for those yields are going to be. And this is an exercise that we used through our farm. And not only that, we used our farm as a benchmark. We didn't use rudimentary statistics. We actually used our farm as a benchmark and something that you can actually compare, and when you get home post your training, compare to your own setup and see when you can augment certain costs and deliverables. So this is just a showcase of some trainings that we've had so far. We've had up to 10 sessions so far this year. As you can see, we actually provide practical experience to showcase what a hemp farm actually looks like in South Africa. And I think this is extremely important if someone is going to have faith and trust in a new crop and industry. So what we do is that we actually explain our handbook to you during this process, and we actually explain what it takes to become a successful hemp farmer, because without a practical example, theory can only take you so far. And we believe by having a hands-on experience all the way from the farming principles through to actual being involved in certain activities like the processing itself, we think this is a massive step to actually educate a person and enable them to become part of our industry. So as you can see here, this is a handbook that we actually offer during the training. It covers everything from farm setup all the way through to retting and the different types of retting processes. And all of this research is based, again, off of our farm. So we are now actually giving you a practical example from a South African and African context versus European studies, Chinese studies, or studies from the States. This is one of the first of its kind, allowing African participants to participate in a way that actually enables them in our industry. So we are here providing that capacity because we do understand that if we need the raw material supply and our clients are demanding that supply, we need to ensure that the people that cultivate the crop fully understand what it is that they will be doing and what they will be supplying. So, as I mentioned earlier, this is all to start developing key benchmarks. As it stands now, we're able to predict and tell through our predictive analytics how much meterage in terms of hectares to even garments can occur in 1 hectare. And we think this is extremely important because it starts building out your database regarding different types of product segments, different types of fabrics, different types of applications. And this is how you start building a database management system that can start tracking all these key metrics and also start predicting future issues that may occur, right? Because it makes no sense for a person to cultivate a hectare but not know how much output they'll be having in terms of finished product. So what we did is that we actually worked with the retailers first, understanding exactly what it is that they require, and then working backwards before even putting a seed in the ground. This is extremely important in ensuring that the supply and the demand dynamic can be fulfilled and maintained appropriately. So as I'm sure you guys have seen from presentations from Phivo, Siphe, and Siboniso, there's a lot of value and there's a massive market opportunity. Currently, we import roughly 30% of our textile products in South Africa. We believe one big retailer, for example, imported over 35% of the raw materials. And we believe that just targeting 1% of this import opens up 150 to 200 million rand industry. So this also gives us the opportunity for Mpumalanga to tell the story of a proudly South African value chain, and also to become a champion of sustainable, eco-friendly manufacturing. So what is the problem that we are looking to address as a company? So we understand that there are hemp permit holding farmers in South Africa. However, there is that reluctance because there is no processor that exists in the country with capacity. And not only that, there's very limited knowledge. So we are here to basically become that off-taker and give them that access to market and training and knowledge. There's limited capacity regarding processing. And through our work, we've been able to show that you don't necessarily need high-level Rolls-Royce machinery to take the crop raw material into something extremely valuable. And we think this will be extremely key when you look at things like your extended public works programs, especially when you look at things like sowing drives, especially when you look at actually harvesting the crop, understanding how to rate it. These are job opportunities that can be proliferated throughout the province, that can also enhance the socioeconomic development of the province. And not only that, for retailers, they are looking and are mandated to look for sustainable alternatives to their current methods of production. So not only are they importing raw material, they're importing a commodity that is damaging to the environment. They are now mandated to change this narrative and to see what they can do as companies to ensure the protection of the environment while still meeting their margins. And we believe through our value chain, we are able to hit that desire and that mandate that they have by offering viable natural fiber that works. So what are the key issues that we are looking to address, and what are some of the key issues in terms of the province that this type of hemp textile value chain could have for the province? So as it stands, Mpumalanga's poverty rate stands at 51%. We believe this is exacerbated by high unemployment and a lack of job opportunities, especially for the youth and graduates. We believe projects like this potentially provide a platform for young entrepreneurs and graduates to be a part of a value chain that can not only employ them long term, but also allow them to develop their own products and businesses. So currently, the official unemployment rate in Mpumalanga is around 34%, and there's currently 630,000 unemployed people from 2025. 7%, and this is not only in Mpumalanga alone, this is a national trend. And if we are being honest, the youth is the next generation that will be taking over from our elders. It's important that we're able to not only educate them, but also enable them through simple methods and suitable projects that they can also build on and add value to. So how do we do this? We believe it's simply by boosting what we already have, by bringing life back to key industry sectors. What does this include? This includes the mining sector. This includes factories such as textile mills. This includes sowing drives and initiatives where you're employing the previously excluded, and also through agriculture. What would be the impact of this? It would be boosting the economy, of course, 100 direct jobs in high employment areas like Khatsevande, and 50 extra jobs through supply, transport services, and the like. And we believe that this type of project can at least cut unemployment by 1 to 2%. So we believe hemp is a very trendy thing. And as you can see, denim is also a trendy thing. So we believe we can not only train youth through these sewing initiatives, but also enable them through SMME development through craft and design. We are working with institutes like the Craft and Design Institute, for example, and we believe partnering with institutes like them through the MGCA, we are able to actually have thoughts showing a more viable long-term impact outside of showing that the crop works and can be made into fabrics. So we believe that this will be important to uplift communities and overall enhance and contribute to the Mpumalanga economic reconstruction and recovery plan. So again, overall for the province, the benefit would be for the farmer, guaranteed training and knowledge and market access; for the processor, localization and reliable supply from their own communities; for the manufacturer, cost and import substitution, and also innovation from proudly South African raw materials; and for the retailers, they are able to sell a proudly South African story with their product ranges from farm all the way to the shelf. Where would we like to be with the support of with the Mpumalanga province? We believe that we can have Southern Africa's first vertically integrated processing center, and we believe through the center you can create up to 40 jobs and also create a viable value chain. I'm sure as you're aware, there's an abundance of infrastructure in Mpumalanga that is maybe underutilized, and we believe with the right execution and planning, this can be a catalyst for the green economy and circular economy of Mpumalanga as a province. Thank you. That's pretty much caused my presentation for today. I hope you were able to learn something informative. And if there is any other questions, I'm sure we will dedicate some time for some conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mahlatse. Yeah, I think that was a high note to conclude in terms of our formal presentation schedule. We now have some time for questions, and yeah, so please, if you have any questions to address to any one of the speakers, please go ahead. Nobody there with a question? Or okay, Mo Quinda, please go.
Hi, thanks everybody for the insightful presentations and just, the insight. My question is more for the ARC and Siphe Zantsi. When are you guys distributing the seeds to farmers? What are the requirements for them? And kind of what's your vision of like how this multiplication drive goes, like going forward? Oh, sorry, was I audible?
Yes.
Continue on M2 for 3 kilometers.
Dr. Zantsi, can you hear us?
Yes. But
that was a question.
Yeah, I didn't get the whole part of the question. I got the last part.
I can repeat the question if you need. But the question in essence was basically just like, what's the plan with the ARC seed, like SA1 and SA2? Kind of when will it be available? What requirements do farmers need to gain access to that seed? And I mean, farmers know that they won't be getting a lot, but like, is it like, what's the plan effectively with the seeds?
Okay. Now I get it. Yeah. So we are only a research organization. So the other thing about commercialization and stuff like that, that's where we end. That's where our role ends. So the plan now to redistribute what is available is just a temporary plan, but the long-term plan is to commercialize that and appoint a company that will do a mass multiplication of the seed. Then once they do that, the seed will be available in store. So what is left now in that process is to appoint a company that will do a mass production of this. So it's a process, but it's a long process that I cannot explain here fully, and it's not one of my areas of specialty. But within the ERC, there's also a unit that does or deals specifically with commercializing of the varieties that we develop. So yeah, I can't really say when it will be available, but I think maybe you can expect it next year. That's what I would say. But this is that are distributed across provinces. Maybe you can expect them this year, especially if you are in Gauteng. I don't know about other provinces. Thanks.
Okay, that's pretty clear. Thanks.
Thank you. I think there was another question here. It posted in the chat. It's from It's a question directed from Julian Bonnet. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. A question to Green Route Hemp. What varieties have been used and what size of decortication do you think? And what are the destination of the herds? So I don't know if you can assist there, Mahlatse. Maybe you can help Mo. Mahlatse is not responding.
Oh, sorry. Please repeat the question. Oh, yeah.
It's in the chat there. It says, sorry, what varieties have been used? And then what size of decortication do you think? I don't know what that means. And yeah.
Maybe I can tell you. Maybe I can tell you with my voice. Maybe it's better. Sorry.
Okay, Julian, go. Yeah.
Yeah. My question was okay. What variety have been used actually to make the test that we have seen in the pictures?
Oh, okay. So we have actually worked with quite a few varieties actually at this point. We worked with mainly 4. We have tried some French genetics as well, but we actually noticed not the best performance with French genetics actually. We got probably the best results from Chinese variants. So the variety that you saw there on the crop was actually a Chinese variant. And we believe it's probably the reality is that it's better suited to our climates. We had actually a 0 germination rate with French varieties, and think this is the importance of trialing varieties and then seeing what works with our latitude. So for us, even when we ask someone to work with a certain genetic, we don't say try this one that we haven't tried ourselves. So that's been a key part of our building out our value chain and how we operate as well.
And the decortication. Yeah, please.
Yes. In terms of decorticator, we actually work with a company by the name We Work Hemp. They have quite a small unit, around about, I think they can do 40 kilograms per hour. So not a lot of capacity at all, but I think the key steps lies in the refinement post decorticator. You need to know what steps you need to do. Even with minimal technology, there are ways to do it. So it's about almost undertaking yourself to that challenge of refining the fibers so that you can get them to a cottonizer or a carder, for example, so that you can then blend it through with your textile mill partners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Julian, there was also a question to the University of Pretoria, I see in the chat.
Yeah, plenty of questions, sorry. Yeah, the same question with the test that you have done and the agronomic evaluations that you have done. So what was there several varieties tested in the same panel, or is that what only one variety in the panel?
Well, for now, we haven't tested any hemp varieties. It's a project that we still trying to get funds for. So it's something that we're still going to do, depending on the varieties that will be available at that time or around in South Africa. That is what we will be looking onto. So we are still new kids on the block. So yeah, not much has been done on hemp. We're trying to get funding at the moment. Thank you.
And do you think that's feasible to import other varieties in a big amount? I mean, several kilograms of seeds in South Africa?
Are you asking if it's possible to get huge amounts?
You know, if we want to sow, I don't know, 1 hectare, I don't know, for Futura or other varieties, I don't know. What is the process to import several kilograms of seeds, or is there several kilograms of seeds available already in the country?
Well, in terms of that, we have Green Route that we're working with. So they are the company that will be assisting with procuring seeds. The only amount of seeds that we will be needing, it's only for research purposes. So it's not quite huge amounts. It will be just for not even more than 1,400 square meters for all the 3 sites that we are going to try. So maybe Mahlatse can come in there and assist with response in terms of importation.
So Julian, what usually happens is that if you're looking to get large quantities of seed, you have to make contact with the Department of Agriculture and also basically apply using their hemp permit forms, have a viable hemp permit, and then through that process, supply the certificates of analysis and the phytosanitary reports of the genetic you're looking to acquire. And then you'll basically submit your application to them, make payment, and then they will issue you import authorization and a permit for that genetic for you to be able to import. On there, it usually indicates how much quantity that you will be allowed to. So you will indicate, hey, maybe I need a ton, maybe I need 2 tons. You will say that on your permit, and then you should be able to receive it. So that's usually how the process works if you are looking for bulk seeds outside of South Africa.
Thanks very much.
I noticed there's also a guest, Johan Jacobs, just commenting that they have a permit. So maybe you can also link up with Johan there, Julian. Okay, don't know if there are any other questions. I don't know. I think we've addressed most of all of yours, Julian. Any other questions, comments from the floor?
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions, people? Very quiet today. We allowed quite a lot of time for this.
Okay.
I don't know how to pronounce the name. Mr. Ketano, or is it Ms. Ketano?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, the name is Shamuari Ketano, a greening ambassador residing in Standard 10 in Mpumalanga. Also went to the Sheba Kadibus Academy to learn more about the plan. So whilst at the institution with a committee group in MLO, we undertook a fetal remediation study, but we did not have the appropriate genetics. We had genetics that are available to us, genetics that are available, that like bag seed that's available locally. So what we did, there's an unrehabilitated mine in MLO that is just across the Nooitgadacht Agricultural Center. So we managed to take some of the soil from there, and then we took it to the Vaal University of Technology to do just testing in terms of your heavy metals. And then we planted those particular genetics to see the absorption rate of heavy metals using like the genetic that was available. And then we got assistance from Dr. Chiriwa from the Vaal University of Technology, and then obviously land was made available by the Sheba Cannabis Academy. So we planted both in the Vaal and then also here in MLO, but due to time frame, we managed to harvest the plantation and everything, but we were not able to then do further testing as a result of the lack of funds. So because we did this particular study, it was self-funded basically, but we did it as to look at we know that there's the just transition, the closing of or decarbonization, decarbonized economy, so the closing of mines. So we looked at this kind of study that will look at a new economic opportunities for an area like ML or in Herzegovina. So we would just like to perhaps place it out there with the support from perhaps 2UT and also the Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency to relook into those kind of initiatives that were taken on by a grassroots organization. So it's just that, so some of the results we have, we are willing to share that with the Mpumalanga Green Cluster or any experts that are there in cannabis, so that we can get guidance as a community group to take this forward. I give thanks. That's our input for today. And we are thankful for all the information that has been shared and looking forward to the third webinar as well. I give thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ketano. I don't know if anybody wishes to respond to that. I see your name's up, Mo. or your hands up.
Yeah, no, I have a comment. It's not really in response to Mr. Ketano. It's more like an unrelated comment. So I'll let him finish the question, or let somebody answer the question rather.
Does anybody want to respond to Mr. Ketano's questions? But I think it's important that I see Siboniso has also asked for your contact details, Mr. Ketano. If you can share that with him in the chat, then you can talk directly. I think that will be interesting. So what you're saying is you have done some work on basically mine affected land. So that could be some interesting lessons learned can be transferred then into the process that we are hoping to launch in collaboration with the university and Caltech. We still in a process of applying for a 3-year trial period to be funded by Caltech and to be managed by the University of Pretoria. But yeah, so let's hold thumbs that funding comes through, because it's clear there's a lot of work to be done. But it's also important for us to collaborate, to learn from what has happened through the work you've done, Mr. Ketano, and also the work that's been done by the ARC, so that the University of Pretoria, when they do get some funding, they don't replicate, but that they can build on the body of knowledge that's already been established. Yeah, so if there's no further questions, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I think
I have a question, yeah.
Yes, please.
Or like I said, a comment.
Yeah.
Closing comment. I think this is more for the ARC. Just to kind of say that, look, you've got some serious role players in the room now. You know, players that can help you make a difference, effectively act as surrogates, respectfully, in terms of multiplying the seed and things. So any efforts that you may undertake, we hope that you engage with the broader industry, you know, because it's not only for you, it's for us, and we see the importance of seed. Well, seed is obviously of utter importance for obvious reasons. So, like I say, I think the thing for us is just to say, you know, use us. You know, if you need somebody to help you multiply seed, or you need any sort of data, you know, engage with us. Let us build the data set, because it has to be done from scratch at some point or another. And something we find at Green Route Hemp Industries is that people are looking to us for certain datas and yields and, you know, a bunch of various metrics. But it's kind of like, you know, we need to build it out first, and that takes time, you know, so it's no use asking us about it now when we're in the process of literally building it, you know. So like I say, with ARC, reach out, don't be shy. We're very willing to help. And, you know, obviously, if we can multiply seed and get it available, you know, it benefits everybody in the room effectively.
Yeah. Thanks, Mo. Thanks for that. Don't know if you want to respond, Dr. Zantsi, to the comments from, but okay, so I just in the chat, there's a question about whether there are any from Jan Boshoff, if there are any hemp trials in the Witbank Secunda coalfield area. So if anybody is aware of a trial, please speak up. And then there was a hand from Sister Mole Bofeng. Can you go first? And then I see your name, Caden, or your hand. So Sister, go first.
Good day, how are you?
Well, thanks.
Thank you. Apologies for coming in a little late, but I just have a few questions. I'm Sister Moleboheng, and I'm the co-founder of Bicoleng Creations, and we're in the cultural cannabis cultivation and product development. We located near the border of Mpumalanga and Limpopo in Dr. J.S. Moroka local municipality. And our region is quite hot, and it has proven that no matter how hard we try to explore hemp, planting, cultivating hemp, we still find ourselves above the recommended or the allowed THC and CBD content. That is why we have just gone on and explored, or we're working on cultural cannabis, one that grows and thrives with our environment. So I wanted to ask if the Mpumalanga Green Cluster for Cannabis and Hemp, is there any research that you are conducting on cannabis and cannabis products cultivation, and how our local seed can be part of the industry and also be part of the products that can be produced from that? And secondly, is there any grant funding or assistance that you are giving to SMMEs or agriculturists that are willing to explore this part of the industry, because it's quite expensive and heinous to meet some of the requirements, especially coming from the rural areas that are underfunded? So those, I think, are the two questions I would like to ask. But please do add me on any groups that are there so that we can also learn more and also share the knowledge that we have over the past 10 years living and experiencing and experimenting with the cannabis herb. Thank you.
Thanks, Sister. Before we go to Kaiden, can Dr. Zantsi, can you attempt maybe a reply to Sister?
Thanks, Jan. Yeah, I'm not really qualified to answer this one, but because it should be the work of the Department of Agriculture, whether nationally or locally. I know in the Eastern Cape, Rural Development, ECRDA is also providing support to hemp farmers. So I don't really know whether in all provinces we have such support, and to what extent does it go? Also from the Eastern Cape, I know that the department has had a contract with Medigrow, which is a company that buys and processes hemp flour. So the department vouched to pay for a number of farmers to get seeds so that they can sell to this company. But I'm not sure how this works. But yeah, I'm just giving you some information that I know. But yeah, as I said, I'm not really a qualified person to answer this question. Thanks.
I'll share maybe some contact detail of an organization that sources cannabis or hemp for I think Kushmed is their name for CBD production specifically. So I'll maybe put that in the chat. They're not in the call today, unfortunately, but they seem to be scaling up specifically. Not our focus has been on fiber and herd. Their focus is more on CBD production, but it's still industrial hemp. So I'll put something in the chat here. Kaiden, off you go. It's your turn.
Thanks, Jan, and thanks to the cluster for another successful webinar. I'm just responding or speaking on behalf of some of the guys in the chats that have asked for the access possibly to this recording. Will that be made available or sent out to the list?
Yeah, we will definitely. Well, also share the presentations, and yeah, I'll play the recording. So we've managed to record. We had a technical problem the last time, but we've managed to record. So I'm sure you can make that available. Yes. Okay, I don't know if there's any more, if there are any more questions on the floor. Okay, then there's a question from Sibonisa Magwaza. It says, how can Green Cluster help new beginners in the hemp cultivation with regards properly upload the seed or sourcing the right working equipment like irrigation? Well, I think the short answer is that you need to reach out. I mean, us as the Green Cluster, this is not what we do. We're trying to obviously get the get the debate out there and to try and understand what's blocking and to try and see if we can assist in any which way possible. We're not practically producing at all or farming. So I think the people you need to speak to, yes, Bonga, is definitely Green Route Hemp. That's what they do. So please reach out to them, to Mahlatse and his team. This is their business. So please, I put Mahlatse's contact details in the chat. So, but yeah, I think that's where you need to turn to to answer that question. Is there anybody else for the question before we close? I'm just putting somebody a contact detail also that I know that that might be helpful and that they do offtakes and they can assist with producing, but that's more, like I said, more CBD related. Bushmet is the company's name and the email is there. The Raps, is that your name? I see your hand. Our last question.
Yes,
then.
thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Mine is to the ARC. We are very open-minded to collaborate with the ARC for the seed multiplication program for the farmers. We are in the Northwest. The name of our company is called Think Hemp. And we have a 600 hectare farm that we can hopefully help ARC to do the seed multiplication program. Thank you. If maybe we can have a conversation around that.
Okay, thank you. We've got Mahlatse's email in there. So in terms of support with producing, especially small scale farmers, well, all farmers, please reach out to Mahlatse and his team. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be closing our session, and yeah, it was wonderful, and I think we're gaining momentum. Please also you're welcome to share any ideas or questions. We want to continue facilitating this whole discussion and create a platform for engagement. So if we have questions that we don't know the answers of, by now I think we know where to go to get answers. I think that's the whole intention, is for us to build understanding and to assist in creating an understanding of this product and its opportunity. It's amazing to have seen today that, I mean, the projected growth is like 20% of the demand. And if you look at the scale of planting, it's still limited globally compared to, I mean, South Africa's got between 2.5 and 3 million hectares under maize, but globally, I didn't see even us getting to 1 million hectares of hemp, not even close. So obviously, there's a real opportunity to scale, even in global terms. So yeah, I'm excited, and the challenge here is to learn, from other sectors, and we have reached out to the cotton sector as well, to Cotton SA, and we will be engaging with them. They also drove a sustainable cotton cluster initiative for a while that was demand driven. So we're looking for solutions. How do we get this thing off the ground? And any idea will be helpful. But it's very exciting to see the entrepreneurs making moves, because I mean I think that's where we'll get to know the product. And slowly over time see that this value chain develops. In a sense, we still have a bit of a chicken egg situation where nobody's processing because nobody's really planting at scale. But I think this is a way, or we're trying to make a contribution towards bridging that gap. So thanks again, everyone, for attending and for participating, and especially to our speakers who contributed. We will share their presentations. We'll try and share the recording as well, but definitely the presentations. So I'm going to close the meeting now, and yeah, thanks again for everyone, and for the people who joined and for the people who contributed. Have a good Friday.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.